Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes, but if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked. Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes, but if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello, gamers. Happy Monday. Welcome in. How is everyone? Good to see you. We are live early and, how do you say? This is the only stream I'm gonna have this week. I was able to fit this in, and I looked at the rest of the week and I'm like, yeah, I'm swamped. It's because of my work project that's happening on Thursday. I have to be in the office at 5 a.m. And Tuesday and Wednesday I have to be there at least at 7 a.m. to prepare and arrange everything for the event to go live on Thursday. So that's why I will only be able to fit in one stream this week. So we're making it a good one. That's why I am early. Let's see who is here. Taze, congratulations on getting first. Welcome in. Dahlia, congratulations on getting second. Welcome in. Taze with the doggo treat. Thank you for the 47 treats. Glenny, thank you for the 42. Glenny, are you joining for games today? I'm gaming with Mina, and I know that Loft is joining. Are you stacking BP with us? Lucky, welcome in. Thank you for the 23 treats. And Days with the 80 stream streak. Let's go. We love to see it. Thank you, thank you. Let's go. The streak's still going. Dahlia and Jerry Deli Dogo treat. Thank you for the 44 treats. You got an extra day of good internet connection. Big W. I love that. This period is kicking my ass though. I have to say, Dahlia, at this point, maybe the complaining about the period every 30 minutes through every channel possible could be affecting that. But I hope you are well and that it will be better soon. Glad you're a man. I don't know. There's advantages, there's disadvantages. Ida, enjoy your Deli Doggo treat. Thank you for the 3 treats. Hi, Micah. How are you doing today? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We're going to be on that grind. Glenny, I have a clip for you. I'm going to be honest. I don't know how many I have in me. Okay, that's fine. I'm just waiting for Mina to get out of her game, and then we'll get her in here, and we get going. I have a clip for you, Glenny. Do you have time for me to show you this clip? I made a decision. I was doing solo queue games earlier. You've been playing Dredge? Nice. I love a bit of Dredge. I was playing the little solo queue. And I was like, I need dead art. I really, really need to put on the dead art. And I bonded with this this random Nancy in the game. She was console. She was cute. We were facing a P100 Huntress. And then we got to the end game. And I want to show you what happened. Here we go. So the Ada was in chase at 2-story. Nancy realized, because that Huntress was hitting her shots, that she needed to protect me to open this door. She takes the hits. I open the gates. I eat the hatchet with the dead art. And he'll tag 2 men out. How do you like that? That's me on a Monday morning. Playing solo queue. Glenn, are you proud of me? Thank you. I was proud of myself. I'll bring cake, by the way. It's more points. Why am I... Oh, I don't have any. 241 cobbler. Alright, cobbler it is. Imagine waking up at 10. Oh, Jill, that's kind of early for you, no? Welcome in, though. Enjoy Daily Doggo treat, Jill. Thank you so much for the 55. Let's go. We got the man flu? No, you do, Taste. Life's horrible. Honestly. Okay, why do we not have a game preview? Because I turned it off yesterday. There we go. Love that. It was good, Glenny. I had to think about you. I was like, oh, Glenny's gonna love this. I wouldn't like your build. Your build on Dredge? How bad could it be? Bolts, welcome in. Enjoy your Daily Doggo treat. Thank you for the 23 treats. Hello. How was your stream last night? I was lurking. It sounded like you guys have a lot of fun. Were you gaming with someone you knew? I knew you had, I saw you had a friend in your lobby as well on the voice. Showtime my best, stop complaining about it. Thank you. Mina, welcome in. How was your game? How was your warm-up? You're having food after this game anyway. I just realized the time. Okay. Yeah, it is. Oh, you went to bed at 6? Yeah, then it's a short night. Daima was home this morning. I'm sad now. I understand that, Days. I understand that. But it's good, like, you know what you know, like, when you miss something, you know that there's love there, right? I think it's a good thing. It could be a good thing. I shall go get some groceries for dinner and lurk. Alright, Dahlia. I hope you can find some nice food. I went to the grocery store today and I found some discount on a freshly made pizza. Not like a. It's like yeah, like a freshly made, like not a freezer pizza. So we're eating that tonight. So I'm looking forward to that. You just open your bedroom door and cuddle with Stormy. Oh, with little kitty, that's good. Nurse's sloppy chlorophobia. Yeah, okay. Glenny, you should not be playing that build on Dredge. Also, me and Loftus did some research yesterday. We are getting more points in the regular queue. Glenny, I don't know if you were playing Blood Moon. I think for Killer, the Blood Moon is better. But, is that a Skull Merchant? Yes. But for Survivor with stacking, the regular queue is more points. Because with the Blood Gen, survivors are missing out on 10k points. Times whatever offerings you're bringing. So we're on regular queue for points. I think. It looks like it. It looks like it. You need to go sort some food for today also. I don't know what to get. Oh. Are you going like grocery shopping or are you doing takeout? That's a good change, Nina. Let's go. I felt tired at 4 a.m. and I was happy, but then I couldn't fall asleep. Yeah, okay, I understand that. That's annoying. It was like a good little test. She was here since it's Tuesday, so almost a full week. Yeah, I'm glad. Oh, well. I'm glad you were able to get that time in, though. That's, It sounded like you had a really good week altogether. Oh. I'm gonna drop this door, this. Yeah. Nice. I assume she broke this. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's fine, I'll make it back. Oh. I mean... I was out of chase! Miss. She's gotta put a drone here, no? Nice, good effort. I think she's sticking. I mean, she knows I'm out of options here. Honestly, yeah. Coming through! I have 2 pellets and a tile. No. I'm getting away with this nicely. Fuck! Seriously, one of the best streams you had in a long time? Aww! You play with one of your American friends, Emerald, went against Lynxie. I know, Silly told me. She signed our page? Oh, I love that. That's huge, False. I'm glad it was a good time. And I was saying you've been coaching her, Jill. Oh, good. She's having a great time? Oh, I'm glad, because DBD is a fucking nightmare. When you're new. Oh, I'm running into a wall. We went to Germany. Ah, the vegetable fair. I was asking Turnbone about the fair because I know you were going to a fair. I just forgot what it was. Vegetable fair. Rotterdam to work on our house today. Vegetable fair again. Ah, cool, cool. I hope it was a good time. The weather's been quite alright, right? Maybe a little cold with the wind. I don't know what MMR God decided I have to play against streamers and such, but I take it. Okay, good. I'm gonna do this. I've earned it actually. Celie, welcome in. I was lurking in your stream last night when I went to bed. She's gonna camp this gen, isn't she? Not really. How was my weekend? Really good. Lots of gaming done. I went to the horses on Saturday. It was a good time. I had my hockey game yesterday, which we lost the game, but it was a really good game. So I was happy with that. We had the doggo. We had a doggo over. The dog sit. So that it's a 3-gen now, by the way. That was a mistake. Oh, maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't. Really good weekend, Fools. Thank you for asking. Appreciate the lurk? Yes, of course, of course. I think Glenny's hopping off after this game for food. And I am not sure what time Lofts will join, but if any of my regulars want to join for games, you're welcome to hop in. Founding Baba, first met touching a video game. Oh, I got clocked by a Baba earlier today. The amount of charges they had on their chainsaw. You know the building on Nostromo, right? So I was in the back of Maine. I watched a survivor because I had Bond, right? So I watched a survivor fall down the side of Maine. Come this way. I take hits. Spin around in a couple of circles. Then they go down. Oh, she knows moonwalks. Oh my god, that was a crazy swing. To the side of the building in Nostromo. And then continue swinging. Back up the ramp. Through Maine. Not bumping on anything. And then clocking me at the back gen of Maine. I was like, what the fuck is going on over here? Hey Tom, welcome in. How are you? I loved your hair color today. Yesterday, not today. You sent it to me yesterday. It looks really good. How is it now the next day? Because usually after you come from the dyeing it, it's still like a little like polished. Is it looking just as fabulous today? You do Sublime for 3 gens on Mother's Dwelling? Hello? How does one do that? You're doing fine? Wonderful. You want to have a new photo for today? Yes, please. Please send it to me. I already finished my drink? Damn. I was not expecting that. I simply just use the perk 5 steps ahead and win video game for free. Yes. Bobby ketchup for dinner? Good choice. Good choice. Yeah, 5. Yeah, the five steps. Yeah, I love that perk. It's It's a good perk. I'm enjoying it very much. Courgette soup? Oh my god, I would die for courgette soup right now. Are you making some courgette soup yourself? Or is it like pre-packaged? Or freshly made? Also possible. How did I read Bambi Ketchup? Ah. The movie got very dark. You're making it yourself? Ah, lovely. That's gonna be delicious. You've been noticing value when it's a killer that wants you to throw the pellet like Huntress, Trickster, or Pyramid Head? Yeah, I can imagine. I've not looked at it into detail like that. But that is definitely where it's gonna be value. Legion with Airy Button. Also a good shout. Have you also been feeling that getting out of a locker is taking more time? Not necessarily. I did play some head-on quick, but I was with Quick and Quiet yesterday, so I have some flashbang. Yeah, I haven't noticed. You sent it? Cool. Let me... Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. Blight with possibly lethal. Oh, 100%. Lethal. Oh, what's this tile? Oh, where am I going? Why isn't he... There we go. Show me window. Show me the window. Here? Yes. Thank you. Oh, we're vaulting? Bro, why aren't you just dropping down the door like a normal person? Nah, I got you, man. Why didn't he do that? Oh! Okay. Oh my god, where's my game? Hold on, let me pull up this picture on my phone. I think we played one game. Why? I'm so annoyed and confused about the whole situation. I have to remember my dead arts. Oh, it's looking very nice today, Tom. It's looking very nice. I love what you did with the color. How long was your session? Oh, you did it out yourself. Wait, the way your picture yesterday looked like you were at a salon. Oh, that's so cool. Which brand do you use? I have the directions for the pink. Oh my god. He loves to vault, him. I have nothing. This is a complete dead zone. It's my own fault. Don't get me wrong. Oh, wait. I have to remember about my dead arts. Hold on. Coming through! You whipped that. Oh my god! Ah! Damn. Juked again. Oh, Jonah's being very cuddly. I love that. Jonah's their dog, by the way, for those of you that don't know. How is there no gens? I'm sick. I'm really trying here. But I bet if you ask him, he will tell you it's different. What, hen? That. Have you guys noticed they added generators in this patch? I've never seen them before now. So you're finally catching on to the fact that there's gens to be done, Sealy. I love that for you. Wonderful discovery. Rebel, thank you for the lurk. He fell off the hill. Nah. This gamer. He's just taking all my hooks. First he for the pit. He's dead. Captain Jack. He saved me. Captain Jack saved me, guys. He for the people me earlier. And now he done shoulder the burden. Hey yo, Captain Jack. Hey yo, Captain Jack. Nah. No bleach? Okay. Oh. Vivid pink. Oh. Vivid pink. Okay, cool. It looks great. Nah, he wants the Twitch shirts. There's no mind games, by the way. None. Oh. Hold on. Bye. Okay. Oh, Bar, I'm back here. I have already used every pellet in this entire fucking house. Nice. Okay. Oh man, I don't think he would have seen me if I would have stayed down, honestly. Dead. Do you think I get another dead art, guys? With the shoulder the burden? 3 dead arts? What? Do I get another dead art? I do? Somebody better get me off this hook. I want to show this man my 3rd dead art. You've done 5 procedures on Rick today? That's huge. That's huge. Are you up for a challenge? You have to hit 5 dead arts in one game. Yes! I would love that challenge. The only problem, of course, is... I'm not taking this hit. Sorry, gamer. I cannot be in mending. I have to hit my 3rd dead art. Okay. Okay. So this is the situation at hand. Oh! Oh! No, Really? Well, I hit it. It works. He just sends it, bro. Bro, he just sends it. He just sends it. Oh! Ho, 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 ho. W chase. 3 dead hearts, guys. That's the first time. I've never hit 3 dead hearts. That's so cool. What's the bending in his face? It had to be done, Jill. You have to understand. The challenge still stands. 4 dead hearts in the game. Well, I got 3. Steely. I think it's pretty cool. Everything for the claw. GG's. W Captain. See if Mina gets out here. Nope. Mina's not getting out here. Lake, enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the redeem. And the dance. Thank you for the 57 treats. Merry Christmas. He really hates Twitch shirt. Yeah, he was obsessed. He doesn't double back. He just sends it. Yeah, that was a good spin, right? It was fun to watch. It was fun to do. Well, Jill's fucked. Okay, regulars, time to bring shoulder and have Micah hit 4 dead hearts in 1 game. Okay. Is that me, you, Seely? Oh god, okay, I can't watch this. We're moving on. Really? Kinda sold me. Kept Blight at the hook, sadly. All good though. Aww. Captain Jack, guys. What a gamer. You're on your way to the dungeons in WoW? Well, it'll have to be the 3 that we did. I think it was pretty cool. Jill was having a nice time doing totems. Black got me at the door. Oh no. Yeah, Jill was not a gamer, I don't think. Lake, thank you for the dance. Does that mean I die quicker than usual? What do you mean does it mean I die quicker? What were you wondering about the comment from the... Oh yes, it means you die quicker, yes. Don't do it, Mina! Because if only one person does it, it's gonna be the same result as what we just did. So, yeah. So, and we've already hit 3 dead hearts. I proved that I could do it. Slandering a good name. Yeah. I was like, what, Jill? Was Jill in this game? Oh, you mean the Jill. Very rude. How dare she? Yeah, it does. No, thank you, please. Y'all proper gamers can do that later, yes. Hello, you're a proper gamer, Mina. What do you mean? What do you mean? I have randoms. Randoms in my game are sending me friend requests on Steam. Why? Like, we play 1 game together, and now we should be friends on Steam? That was the proper way to go? I don't think so. Honestly, I don't think so. Mina's just a baby. She's great at spectating. Nah. You're a juicer. What the fuck, Mina? You're like the best gamer to have in the spectate menu. Because TTV shirts. You're gonna have to be nicer to Mina. There's a chance you're nightlight with a different name. Yeah. Right. I have people all the time. Or like I call it, I adopt them. If I like them. Yeah, I know, but like what's gonna come from when you play one game? Like, I don't know these people. I don't know if they're toxic. Oh. I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, why? Like, come in the stream, say hi. Suggest we play a few games together. Show me your skills. And then we can talk about it. And deny everyone. Yeah, me too. It's 50-50. Like, one good game doesn't mean they're good people. Very good, Sealy. Ew, people! Okay, Taze, that's taking it a little too far. All you guys here are amazing people. Like, what do you mean? Or good players, yeah. I mean, and good players, I mean, people that fit well with how we like to play here. You know? You can be toxic. You met such nice people by doing that? Okay, okay, okay. That's fair. That's fair enough. Bro, he has a Lightborn charm on his hook. What do we think it means? Oh, shit. Yeah, I know. I'm not having Wiglif either. It feels like killers are slugging even more than normal. And it's annoying and frustrating that there's nothing you can do about it. The amount of times... Hold on. Oh, well... There's no way you go for that. What am I watching, people? What am I watching? Hello, Monday morning gaming. Alright. You ran face first into that man. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mina. I have bombed. I watched it happen. I feel so naked. Yeah, sorry. That's what I was saying, Sealy. The amount of times since Friday that I've been gaming where I was like, oh, let me go fix this whole situation with Wiglif and we get a 4-man out, to realize I do not have Wiglif. It's incredibly frustrating. They need to sort that like stat. They know we don't have it. Their killers are more slugging. I think so. And it really shows how important that perk is in today's, like, DBD, 2026 DBD. And maybe, instead of more gen perks, we need to think of something else about... that has to do with slugging and picking and stuff like that. If it was live, it was back 5 days ago, but Wiglif can just rot, and what does every killer do? Slug? Yeah, I mean, possibly. Thing res. We tried to get Soul Guard value, but we need to pick up speed. Yes! Soul Guard! That's a good shout! Oh, I think they're all dead now. Hold on. No! He's not picking. Okay, but he chases the mag. I need to go for an on-hook. Flow State MFT. Yeah, that's what Loft was on. Maybe I don't understand. Megan. Why are we looping at the hook? I don't understand well enough what flow state does. Oh, flow state is the quick pickup and MFT is the endurance you get from healing when you're injured. Okay. I get it. I get it. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful BT hit from the Felix, saving our asset. Why is he on me? M1. Okay. Oh, my gen on the other side of the map had so much progress. I'm sick. Botany MFT? Yeah. Talking about toxic players, do you have room for one more? Do you have time to play, Tom? You're welcome to join. I'd love to have you. Search, okay. Some of your friends play for the first time, so we hopped in customs. You tried fast track builds. It's posted. Yeah, I had fast track on. I think it was on Friday as well. I took it off because it just it's just wrong on so many levels, and also it's very boring. I prefer running something else. Let me send you a picture after first time touching a gen. Yeah, sure, yeah, send it to me. You will wait till the match is over? Okay, cool, cool, cool. You can join, you can join. Okay, I need to really, 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 really get back to my other gen. Because that gen was almost done. Check the amps? Yeah. You see how busted it is. Yeah, you're a horrible friend? You should be telling your enemies to come play DBD. See, look at my gen. Look at this gen. Look at this gen. We literally have 3 gens with progress. I mean, Felix is dead. He was very nice. It was very nice of him to take that BT hit. He protected everyone. Ah! Bro, there's gens with progress on the other side. Mine don't want to try, probably scared. One of them actually have good build sense without even been playing the game at all. Sealy, can you help me with builds? If you have time and if you fancy helping making builds. Because this is super random. Shoot, you got time? Cool. Can we talk artist builds? Artist and doctor. So I've made builds and I can share, but I'm kinda like, if you were to go in, if you had a team, if you were the lucky. If you were the team lead of a team and you had a set, an artist set coming up, what builds would you recommend for the team? It's Altruism League balancing. I don't think we make it out of this game, honestly. He doesn't see me, right? He really didn't. He really didn't see me. He's so mega. Yeah, no, for the survivors. I don't think a lot of those perks were allowed also for balancing. Sorry, Celia, I wasn't clear. I wasn't clear. I think it's hatch time. I hope Megan understands. I don't even have my dead hard. I am sick. I'm gonna hide here. He doesn't have barbecue and I'll make it out of this game. That's the plan. Doctor is easy. You thought killer? Oh, I'm sorry. I said no barbecue. Oh. Well, even barbecue didn't help him there. Oh no, he's checking the stream. He's checking the stream. Well, Lucky. Fuck my life. The Gen by the Hook has a Bernie part. It was barbecue! I don't know. Yeah, how about you make a build for Clown real quick? No, I appreciate you. Thank you. Like, just, it's just for me to, like, think about options that we could have. I hate this medkit, by the way. Like, I absolutely hate it. I'm going for this. I'm going for charges. I'm bored out of my mind with this medkit. If it's alt leak, you can try to fix them. So, new build I want to check. So, the thing is, Sealy, I did make builds, but I've never made builds before. So, I'm just going with, okay, this makes sense to me. I would just wonder, because it's a very limited perk set, what would you come up with? And just so it serves two purposes. The first one is, did I make the right decisions for my builds? If you're going to end up picking the same perks or similar perks, that's what I want to check, because it will give me hopefully a little bit confidence when I'm making builds for my teams. And two, assuming that yours are going to be better, that I will take your builds moving forward, basically. That's the two ideas. Hi, Venerable Native. Welcome in. Happy Monday. How are you? So I need to make before you see it. Yes. I see you. Excellent. I knew you'd understand. Herman would place Billy. Maybe his name's just Herman. Maybe their name is just Herman. All I need to know is the map. Ezra resting place. Do you actually have to look at the map as well when you're making builds? I mean, of course, because you don't want to put balanced landing on a fucking Ezra resting place, basically. Herman in de zon op het terras. Yeah, I love that song. I haven't heard that in such a long time, Jill. That's such a good song, though. We're gonna have to listen to it after this game. Is that CD van jou, CD van mij? Is that the one? We're gonna have to listen to it. That's a banger. Het regent zonnestralen. Dahlia knows. Let's go. All the Dutchies know. 5 a.m. here, you're just starting my day? Oh my god, do you have to get to work? Or you're just up at 5 a.m.? Either way, I appreciate you coming to say hi. And I hope you're doing well. To see if balance landing is worth it? Okay, that makes sense. I think there was no exhaustion allowed. Maybe live? Maybe head on? I forget. Same artist, different song. Oh, cool. They finally banned Poised. I mean, Sealy, they've seen how much value you've been getting from it. Sprint burst is allowed? Oh, balances, light is? Okay. Oh, maybe I'm confusing things then. Friends. I'm sick. Oh, maybe I should have dropped that. Yeah, I just die now. Well, errors were made. Yeah, same as Chris Mavis. Oh. Oh, wow, she got an angle and everything. It must have been early because he's blind as fuck. He doesn't know where he's going. Danny de Munk? Nee, Akda en de Munnik, I think. It's one of the songs you have to know as a Dutch who plays guitar. That is true, Jill. That is true. Oh my god, you almost had the beam save, Tom. That's crazy. Okay, according to the balancing. Okay, yeah, then I'm confusing it with the with the doctor build. I thought like nothing was allowed, but that's not too shabby then. How do you guys do that with the going back around? I don't know how you do it. How can he do that? He just jumped. Dead art. Second dead art. Fuck my life. Solidarity as well? Shit. You have to, you know we're gonna have to blame Georgie for that, right? He's been on that balancing for Old League. Up down the Munich, there we go. You're looking outside and it's raining but also sunny. Regen zonnestralen? Oh, yeah, different song. Okay. Almost, it was a flashy save, but didn't even want to. Yeah. It looked like, I don't know. Maybe it should have been. Oh! Why are we... Gamer, we're not on a gen. Don't worry about it. Bro, he's looking for me. Bro, I need less stands. What am I taking off, though? It's gonna have to be botany. Can't give you a good answer. Had explained how to someone, and then I tried it myself, and then game it twice and forgot. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying anything. I felt how to scam. Can you imagine? Yes. Ah, shit. I'm sorry, Tom. This is a really rough game. I'm sorry, that was just unlucky. We have time for more games though, we do another. You hate this killer anyway? Yeah, it's not a... Not a lot of people like him. Fair enough, right? It's complicated to play against, how to learn... how to go against it. You never get the counters? Yeah, I struggle with it as well. Goo's very sweet killer. It's just the players have no mercy with him. Jill's trying to be a ghoul main. And he's enjoying it, so we can't say too many bad things. Mike knows some ghoul. The ghoul are nice. That is true though. That is so true, Jill. The ghoul. I'm enjoying my dead hearts today, gamers. And you still don't mind dying to save others? That's a really good quality to have. There's no pellets. GG, no pellets. I already used it. Dead art is fun? Yeah. But I have days where it just doesn't connect, and then I rage. Is it a bug, or is Taeyong actually allowed in better thing? I think it's allowed. I've seen it everywhere. Like they're there, but can you use them? I think so. This is a problem, lady. This is why it's a problem. Yes. What? Where did he think we were going? Is he always having... Oh. Does he always have 3 swings? No, no, no. He's working on something. I know it's coming. It's happening very soon. How? I can't look. 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 I can't. Only one after he hits power while enraged. Ah, okay. See, I didn't know that. That's what happened to me. That's what happens to me. How do you phase through? I don't know. I don't know how. Penguin, thank you for the lurk. I got you tab, gamer. We got Dutchies gotta stick together. The Dutchies gotta stick together. Het regent zonnestralen. Nice. Good thinking, Fang. This has to be the song, right? He's sitting on a terrace. Zonder Herman! Want die had hem net verkocht. Oh, verkocht. There we go. Herman in de zon op het terras, guys. That's unlucky. Zonnestralen. Very good. Very good song. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game. Oh, she gets hatched. So you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We will be right back. Miserable game, but we got some good points, I think. Let me have a look-see-poo. 21,000, 218,000 points. It's going quick. It's regular mode. It's quick on points. I like it. Is anyone joining? 4 cakes or DC? That's only. Oh. I wonder if balanced landing is even worse than ARP. I don't think so. There's a crane and a hill. It's true. One hill. It doesn't always spawn. It's true. Long time since I heard that song. Yeah, me too. Yeah, Jill was just casually mentioning it earlier because we were going as a killer that his name was Herman. And then he kind of thought of that. It's such a good song. The harmonies are perfect. They are. Stream is the perfect background noise to keep me motivated to do this task I've been putting off. Good, Dahlia. I'm glad. Get it done. 2 spawns? Yeah, if you're lucky. We have this on CD, and I used to dance in the living room on Saturday mornings when I was a little baby after I had used all your TV time. This is a great song for dancing. One next to Shaq and another next to Second Shaq. Second Shaq. Gamer stoppage. You are cracking me up. So are these builds for Alt League or something else? The Women's World Cup, but it's Alt League, balancing. It is Alt League. Yeah. I think it's the same. Same rules. Oh, we have no game audio. That's my fault. Hold on. Oh, I forgot to put on Last Stand. I'm sick. Same rules, yes. Oh. Artist. It's Alt League, yeah. I thought she was sending birds. She's just staring. Maybe pellets? Why is it always me? I don't know. Famous. Grim. Did she get Killer Instinct off that? That's the question. Shit, she saw the crow. Okay. Oh no, my settings. Okay. I don't make it anywhere. Oh, I do actually. Yeah, you send them there. I go up. Okay, nobody wants to take that hit. That's fine. Oh! Oh, plaything? Other side, other side, other side, other side, other side! Oh, nice, nice. Breakouts. I see breakouts. Good effort. Hey, my plaything's right there. It's gotta be Fenty, right? Ooh. Micah, I need to look at these builds another time. Okay, go play WoW. There's no rush. I was just asking. In general. It was a general question. I'm not super sure that my builds are going anywhere. Since you're out of the loop. Ah. I mean, I was just interested to hear your thoughts, honestly. I wasn't talking like... It's literally like... It's not that high pressure where I'm saying, okay, it has to be perfect because we're using these builds in the fucking league. It's like, it's for learning purposes and for practice. That's all. It's low, like, pressure. I was just interested. What would you run if you had an artist game with this balancing? Your 4 perks short? Okay, I mean 3 builds work. I can work with 3 builds. Oh, I only have one build. You need one perk too. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh shit, Tom must have got caught in the crossfire. Because she was chasing the Fung. Oh, my ankle hurts. Guys, I fell yesterday. I was carrying something on the stairs. Oh, that's definitely Killer Instinct. And then I decided that I wanted to open the bedroom door as I was still trying to take the last step of the stairs, which turned out to be not the last step, but the last two. So I fell. I dropped everything from my hands. And I hurt my ankle and it's so bruised right now. I don't know where she is. Oh, I'm fine. Okay. I got you, gamer. I got you. There we go. That's why I don't heal under hook. But you may have to... Go. Nice dodge! We love to see it. Where is she? Where is she? What is she doing? I'm so confused. I guess I got confused. Oh. Yeah, she's off me. Hi, Granny. Good morning. Welcome in. That one hurt, Jill. That one hurts. Granny, enjoy your daily doggo treats. Thank you for the 36 treats. I almost forgot about dead arts. Gents? I'm running into her. No, she's not chasing me. Maybe we can reset. Quick reset. Fung, 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 we're not finished here. Oh no. Background player. Good chase, Mina. I am a tad surprised that there's no Penty. Like, why? Why are we on the plaything? Or maybe there's 4 stacks of Penty going up now. It's possible. Mostly full toolbox under your hook if you're passing. Did you die on the staircase? I'm gonna have to think about that. My medkit's empty anyway. Why do we have aura? Oh, nice. Tom got away with that. Oh. Do you want me to heal you? I can. Hello. Holy full toolbox. Is she dead? Yes. I don't know why I have aura. Oh shit, I missed the window! the speed from the dead art, it made me miss the window, guys. I'm a flop. Oh no. It was such a good dead art, guys. I was so proud of myself, and I was like, wait, where's the window? Why can't I vault this? Oi, I think she has some aura situation. She has some sort of aura situation. I want to see this build. Yeah, she does. I don't know how she knew that you were there. You're coming out of a locker. Like, how? 250,000 points. We love to see it. Grim Embrace. Pain Rest, Deerstalker, and Plaything. Oh, Deerstalker. Every 30 seconds, a survivor with the least chase sees your aura? No, that's why I saw them. Dire Crows. Inflicts hindered. It inflicts with exhausted. Was it unlucky with the Grim? Yeah. Never mind. I tried to finish the build sending. Oh, thank you. Yeah, because I saw her, she sees you. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I'm taking a botany. I'm going. Wait, where is my? Oh. Fixated last stand. But I was having so much fun with my dead art. Or she heard you. Headset player. Okay, I'm taking up. I'm not. Wait. I'm making a new preset. So we're doing this 5-step thing. Dead art, bond, and last stand. And I'm keeping the other build because yesterday I was having so much fun running fixated. But since we're not it's because we're not on Blood Moon. That's why I don't feel like I need fixated. Cobbler. That's why. Oh, cool. These look great. Thank you, Seely. Your builds are so much more coherent and they're less role specific, right? So I'll send you mine. But it's a little bit. It's too complicated, I think. Chucky. No. Why do I feel like I hear Chucky when it's a singularity? The sound that this woman makes when she's on a gen sounds like a Chucky giggling. I could join, but you didn't see my message. Oh shit, sorry Jill. Come after this game. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you were ready to game yet. Is he AFK or is he setting the fuck up somewhere? Hi Only, welcome in. How's your games today? Are people bringing them BPS for you? You had to sleep in? You just play one game? Ah, okay. Four BPS? Good. That's what we like to see. Oh. Get. Nice swing. Oh, there's definitely been some setting up. The killer brought a Mori, so now I will brand new park com drop. Yes, good idea. Oh, so this is what the plan was. Okay. Michael, did you see new TikTok? I've not been on TikTok yet. I don't think I saw it. Which one? Was I in it? I'm so selfish. Oh, it's about countering Singu. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that because we need that in our lives, you know. Wait, this bubble's back? Okay. No bubble. No bubble for you. Can you not take him to my gym? I don't think that's a work. Not yeah, I don't think he knows what he's doing either. I think he saw a clip of a singularity putting bubbles at gens and he thinks that's how you play him and you win the game if you put a bubble at a gen. I think I can maybe hide behind this rock. Finish this gen here. Ah, sent some feedback. Thank you, thank you. That is crazy. That is crazy you got them adept the first try. Is there no box here? Holy hell, Mina's got another gen on the go. Hey, well played on the Legion game. Aiden, welcome in. Well played. You were playing a build that your friend wanted me to play? I need to remember... Jill, I think you were in that game with a... Where are we chasing? Die window! We had a lot of comments. I mean, not a lot. We had some, like, ideas. Stuff that we were missing in the game that we usually see when people play Legion. That had us thinking, like, oh my god, this gate is open. Mina? Wow. The fact that he didn't get any of us while we were running there injured is beyond me. Well done. Well done, Tom. Greatest chase. And Mina, well done on getting out there. I thought your days were numbered. I mean, we would have come back, right? Forced hesitation, bam bam, knockout, brutal strength. I think they were struggling. Why are we... I don't speak this language. Hang on, we're translating again. Ah, the fact that my Google Translate is already set to Russian. Oh. We don't have to report them for that, but also we don't need to talk about it. Jill! Oh, you're in a game. Sorry. Are you almost out, Jill? It's my fault that you're not in this game, though. Hi, Seffi. Welcome in. You're endgame? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Sorry. Let me catch up. Basically, when you have the blob on your back, in case... Oh. What? That's the wrong screen. Game capture. Yeah, he was just a baby. And Chase, you vault, he's gonna teleport. If you vault, then hug. He vaults on the wrong side. Really? I'm gonna need to see this TikTok. Yeah, he's just a baby. He just got a GUI, gave him 2 hooks? Wow. That's very generous of you, only. Yeah, I think he's just a baby. What were you saying about Legion? Yeah, we had some ideas. The strategy, Aiden, I felt, of how you tried to play Legion was very easy for us to counter. It wasn't like what we usually see, what works on Legions. But I'm trying to remember now what it was specifically. Only, thank you for the 3 stream streak. No more bug tech on Palace for the ghouls. Yay, no more bug tech. We're saved. Seppi, welcome in. I enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. How is your Monday going? And Aiden, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 4 treats. I assumed I didn't say anything lovely. It wasn't lovely. I don't think there was anything wrong with it. It wasn't negative, but also, why are you talking to people like that in game? Thank you, Seely, for that feedback. That's really helpful. You're back? Okay, we are back? Okay, you're back. We're chilling. I don't mind waiting. We chilling. You put text in as well for better explaining. Oh, wow. That's so cool, Jill. I love that. We want to hear from you. Because you juicing. The bug tech is gone, but it makes the ghoul so much better than first. Yes, only you're right. They're harmless now. I'm alert because you're studying, but good luck and have fun in your matches. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you coming to say hi. Good luck with your studies. What do you mean about Legion? Like taking hits or spam vaulting? Do you remember when we went against Aiden? We were with Loft, I think. And we were just like, oh, this Legion is playing a bit strange. You don't play Legion, and the normal teams I play against at Legion stay together. Warrior Swift was separating, so I couldn't do a frenzy. Thank you for the lurk. I feel like this type of video is literally how I am. No, I love that. Why did I yell? It's a very loud lurk. That's okay, Seffi. That's okay. The next killer is going to be Huntress that goes for long shots. Hi, Jesper. I don't know why you would come in here and say that. Like, whatever it is, we'll just play, right? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I mean, I'm sure you know the killer and you think, what do you know what's coming? But let's find out. Yeah, we'll kind of deal with it. We're kind of, DJ Khaled. Kind of yelling. A little bit yelling. Where am I? I'm gonna stay in this house before I get clocked. Hold on. I got clocked! It's Areahead. And it was lethal as well. Oh, almost wiggle. Jill! Gamer, why would you do that? Oh, it was the dead end? I hate it when I run into the dead end! Oh, 5 dead arts! Oh shit, that's a lot of pressure. I'm gonna stay injured, maybe. She has SH? Is that Silent Hill? I think I just died. I don't know if I'm strong enough to handle this. Scourge hooks! I had a feeling. She also has Wooden Fox. Good efforts. Nice blind. I see you, Jill. I love how they came into chat to let us know they will target. Like, literally, what is the value of that? Like, I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know, Jill. Yeah, I know she's one shot, but then I got M1 to the back of the head. Thank you. This is where you get clocked. She has like Bitter Murmur or something. I don't know. Hi, Kel. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Can we... Do you... Why are we run... I don't understand what you're... But I don't understand what just happened. How's the stream? It's going well. We had someone come spoil the game for us just now. But, we have a good, Swift going. So, we're kind of chilling. Hey, by the way, you're on my list. She's here. Yeah. She is here. She's still here. Yeah, generally it's going well. Thanks to a Shoulder the Burden play by Random earlier, I got 3 Dead Hearts in one game. It was so cool. Hey Kel, apologies if I came across the video tonight. Oh, something happened. Slightly nervous. More than slightly nervous. I'm good. We'll have to play some when you don't have a follow. Yes, Aiden, we'll have. It's gonna be a rough week. I'm like up to here with work. I won't be online much, and I'm going away the weekend for my mom's birthday. But next week for sure, gamer. Next week for sure. Just your big mouth yapping and getting conscious? Oh, it happens. Come here. She's coming here. Oh. Okay, I might get clocked here. Yes. Oh. That was a lot less funny than what I thought was happening. Hi Loft, welcome in. Jill do be yapping. You have to save my life. Okay, eyes peeled. She's on main. Oh my god! She got across. Did you see that? She went window to window. On Tom, are you clipping this? That was impressive. I saw that. You can't? I wasn't even in front of the window when it hit. Oh no, that's unlucky. Shit, what do I have here? Nothing. She can't hit me here though, don't worry about it. I'm not worried. I wonder if she's worried. It looks like a firecracker, but it's a map. Shit. I was gonna sell this. It could not be done. We got the full BP multiplier. We did. Big W. Big W. Oh shit. She's gonna try. Wow. Just wow. And it's a TikTok clip. I've clipped it. Don't worry about it. I'm on the gate behind the houses, gamers. Oh, and I saw the headshot coming from main. GG's, well played. Hi, pretty. Welcome in. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. This was an interesting game. That was a really good shot. Easy dodges. M1? MFT? Just cutting me off. Excellent gaming, Tom and Jill. Mina, the way you said on fucking gallows like a trooper, knowing that you were and injured and one-shot headshots, that was impressive. We might have a chance to get a 3-man out here. Let's see. I have to keep an eye out for these headshots. No, Sketch, I'm sorry. We're... Oh my god, we're full. And I have Love joining as well. Tom, where are you at? Don't know where the other door is? It's at 1. It's behind main. Oh, you wanted your MFT, maybe. I wanted my dead arm. Shit. She's coming from there, too. Shit. Oh. Oh. Oh, Blood Warden. She lost everyone! Did anyone set the timer? That pauses the timer? Come on. Come on. I deserve it. Open. 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 I deserve it. Come on. Open. Bye. GG's team. Let's fucking go. GG. Good luck next. I can't see who they are because point things. I like a Blood Warden. I like a Blood Warden game. Me. I don't mind. I like a Blood Warden. GG's. She didn't plan that too. I thought she planned the Blood Warden. Yeah. Oh, it was the Jesper, the one who came in chat? Hmm. Hi, Hex. Welcome in. How are you? I'm doing great. That was a really good game. We had a couple of really good games. Hey, yo, Jesper. GG's. GG's. I hope the Blood Moon is treating you well. I hope you're getting your points. And thank you for the fun game. Gens must be done. Gen protect from headshot. That is true, Mina. It's true. You just want the point stack and the killer queues are ages? Yeah, I can imagine. I invited you earlier, but you didn't reply, did ya? If she gets a headshot against Eerie, it's GG. Nah, we almost got a 3-man out. And she has no headshot yet. The timer is scaring you? Nah, it was very scary. It was a tight one. Hex, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 38 treats. Is Love to Shoni? We're a 4-man, Mina. As soon as we have a spot. You had 0 chase. I only took 2 hits. And you saved my hook state. Yeah, I did. You didn't see it? Well. You missed out. That's what happened. You doing one more, Tam? It's actually Loftus is joining if you have a spot. You're welcome to stay 1 or 2 more. And then we can rotate out. Oh, Trickster. Oh, Trickster. Mina. Sorry, Mina, it's Mina. It is Amina. Apparently Floppus is joining. These plans were made yesterday. What the fuck? Mina's fighting her demons right now, yes. You purposely didn't go and chase, but did gens because of shoulder? Really good idea, Jill. It worked out. We got them gens done. Oh, she camping that hook? I saw that. Wait. Wait, you're anti-camp. Oh my god, Mina had a plan. A devious plan. It worked out. Yeah, I understand, Tom. I understand. You said you were saying you don't mind swapping out. Still need to do a view 3D prints. Oh, a few 3D prints. What are you printing? Hi, friends. My fried my brain enough for the time being. I will finish the rest on Thursday. Okay. Good progress, Dahlia. Excellent. Excellently done. Your friend is here? No, fried. She meant fried. And Sketch is here. What the fuck is happening to my... my work laptop? You blame the scrimmage you did last night. It's too much juice! Oh. Oh, I think I just got unlucky there because of the, Okay, that's Pop. Nah, she's struggling. One v one practice tonight? Good idea. Have a good game, Sketch. You want me to get the save? Yeah. Good effort. Fuck, if I was there to take a hit, she would wiggle. She does wiggle! Pellet! Fuck, that's too far! Oh. Too easy. Let's go. Tom, I'm really enjoying your gameplay, gamer. You fit very well with the vibe we have here with the team. I'm really enjoying it. I know we played together before in your stream. I think we were duoing at the time. But I'm really enjoying your gameplay. You're very ballsy. I like it. You're not scared to get in the mix. No! Just pick! Gamer, just pick! M1.
Attention alien army, we do have a raid.
Hold on, hold on!
I repeat, a raid incoming.
Hold on, gamers,
Tennis
hold
at the
on!
Disco rated your channel with 63
There we
viewers.
go, last stand save. Tennis! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hold on, I had to lock in. My gamer's getting tunneled over here. I needed that last stand save. Hey, yo! Tennis, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I appreciate you taking the community here. Hello, everyone. Hi, Virtual Doll Product.
Daddy Nerd
Project,
with Odd
Daddy
HD
Nerd.
followed your channel.
Oh, DC. Well, Dragonborn. Dad and the kids are raiding with love, snacks, and booty smacks. I love that. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Nah, last stand safe on a raid. I love it. I love it. Welcome in, everyone. Good to see you, Tennis. Thank you so much for taking your community here. Who else did I see? Utterly Sweet. Welcome in. Brits Chaos. Hello. Good to see you, Captain Cowboy. Wonderful to see you here. Thanks, everyone. Oops, you did it again. Yes, we did it again. We're too strong. It was decent. You need to go. I'm sorry to raid around the first time I've raided, but girl, I'm woozy. No, I understand, Tennis. Go, 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 go. Thank you for the lurk. And for everybody that came in with the raid, gamers, if you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm in the creator program. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you are well. Thanks for the save. Nah, you're looping. You're looping. Thank you for the games, Tom. I hope we can play again. Loft, are you hopping in? Swapping out for someone else? I appreciate that, Tom. I was happy to have you for another game or two. But thank you so much for the games. Why DC with Noed? I mean, she had enough. So many saves. We were such a good team coming together. Both the saves and the last stand. It was fun. No, I appreciate you hopping in. It was a really, it was a good game. Thanks for the games and the saves. Exactly. Yeah, gamers, if you so 2 things here. So Tennis, who just raided me, I met at TwitchCon San Diego. And they organized a wonderful Dead by Daylight party that I had an opportunity to attend, which was absolutely wonderful. And I had an opportunity, for those of you that were there, 1 month ago, to join for a 2v8 7 streamer collab, which Tennis hosted and organized, and it was such a good time. And also, it was such a pleasure to be part of that. So if you don't follow Tennis, please go drop a follow, check her out. She's amazing. She's wonderful. Great gamer, and probably meeting me again in Montreal, Tennis. Thank you for the praise. Of course, you deserve it. It's been wonderful meeting you. Period, Queen. Yes, let's have it. Perhaps, it's gonna have to be done. You're gonna have to come now. I know that you were, you're working on your passport. I will confirm it's on your passport. I understand. I completely understand. I heard that you were you were working on that. It's in the mail. All right, fingers crossed. And let's hope that. And I've said this already. I don't know if I said this to you. I know that someone else was getting their passport sorted as well. Even if it doesn't work out for this opportunity specifically, if you have your passport sorted, you have your freedom to travel. That's value either way. That's value either way. Yes. So if you don't follow Tennis, go check her out. No more shoulder. We have Loftus. Loftus the burden. Okay. Daddy Nerd, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. I was thinking maybe EU. I'm there, Tennis. So if you're coming, it's different. It's different from US. I'll tell you that much. It's smaller. It's less con. The gamers will be there, right? And it'll be wonderful. And there's lots of opportunity to hang out in the city and meet up and spend time together. But the con is a lot less than US. Be aware of that. But you know, if you have a chance to travel to Europe, maybe combine it with a visit to the Netherlands or maybe some other countries in the area. It could be a really valuable trip. Just setting expectations for the con. Who's this killer? TwitchCon is in Rotterdam. Yes, it is, Tom. Are you going? Have you ever been before? This way? Oh, for me? Wait, where did you go? Here. Yes, for me, a Wesker. Maybe, never. Never been, always around. Oh, it's around your birthday and it's, yeah, I can understand. That makes it more difficult to plan. Do you know how happy I am that we don't have, oh, it's a Nemi. That we don't have, have to deal with blood gens on this map? Oh, Nemi, sorry. Daddy! Oh! Ruin. And what it looks to be pain res. Maybe not. Ah, Undying Ruin. Okay. That's a good call. Loft, how far is your David? I know you're on the P100 grind. When I left you yesterday, you were on P88, I want to say. Loftus brought you a Nemi? Why? Beats me, gamer. I don't know why he would do that to you. I also don't know where any totem spawns on this map. Who's this? Zombie? Bro has 2 totems on this map when we're all still learning. Where the totem spawns are... I have no idea. Maybe I do my gen. I can't do my gen. You found 2 dolls already? Ah, Jill, you're on the case, I can tell. There's a spicy... Ah, here. Yes, I found one. You respond again to your question about what I'm printing? Yes, you have 4 orders. A coffee cup sparkle, 2 Monster Energy drink can holders, and a cute Easter basket. Oh! I love that! So good luck with that. I hope the printing goes well. I know my husband did some 3D printing. That was a really good chase, by the way, Loft. My husband did some 3D printing, and sometimes the it doesn't like completely work out, the print, or like it falls over or something. Oh, this is a doll. So yeah, I hope it works out. And what I was saying, gamers, especially my Dutchies here. Tom is a fellow Dutch streamer. Oh. I took that so wide. I took that so wide. Oh, this is not where I thought I was. Can you ever really not be where you think you are? Oh, that's a really good question. You have it sometimes, but most of the time it goes well, and otherwise... Hold on. He's nervous. I died in the little room. That's gonna make it hard to save. It goes well, and otherwise I adjust them a little so that the print will not fall. Yeah. Fail? Okay, that makes sense. Nice, that's ruin gone. Excellent. Yeah, for my, especially my duchies, go show some love
Shout
to
out
Tom.
to Tam Tam Tamra.
She streams evenings several days a week. She's a horror variety streamer. Also plays DVD, as you can see. As you did see today. And this is where you can find her. Of course, Tom, of course. I just waited 3 minutes for an absolute nightmare of a game. How am I gonna last 2 weeks of Blood Moon? Why are you on Blood Moon? The points are at regular sketch. You're literally getting 0 objective from doing blood gens. The game is robbing you of 10k points. Multiplied by your escape cake or your stacking cakes, whatever the team is bringing. I have to remember I have dead arts. I mean, for killer, it's Blood Moon is the way to go, but the queues are so long right now. Survivor, you're good to go on regular. Yeah, I'm getting 200k every game, and if you escape, you even get as high as over 320,000. That's a prestige an hour, by the way. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. I just can't stand Swamp. I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. There's nothing you can do about that. Oh, you wanna hear a fail by behavior? Oh, well, yes, I wanna hear. What's your thoughts? I don't. I mean, I'm interested in people's opinion. I'm not saying that I'm going to assume and or agree that it's a fail. Where am I doing this on? Oh, I have to go back to my gen. Hold on. I think Lob's in chase. I go. Oh, he's not in chase. Don't come here. It's 2 exhaustion perks I posted on Twitter. Oh, it's your guess? Oh, yes. I remember that, Tennis. That was... Yeah. I remember that. Okay, I'm going back to this gen. If next game is an awful map, I would just leave it for a bit. You know what, Sketch? The only way to get your P100s is to keep pushing. Whether you get a shitty map or a shitty teammate or not. Literally. You gotta power through. I want to show you a clip. I showed chat a clip this morning of my solo queue games from earlier today. I made a very, very cute console Nancy. I'm gonna post on TikTok. I need to find this Nancy. Cause the end game that we played to get a 2-man out, that's the type of stuff that has me coming back to this game over and over and over again. If basement is in check, you can't use balanced landing anywhere. Oh. Yeah. I guess that is a pity. I guess it's always unlucky or unfortunate if you get a map with very little opportunities, but you're right. I guess there's nothing you can use. Oh shit, I need to snooze this ad. Hold on. That's just dumb. Why make a perk you can't use? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Where am I going? I am so lost. Utterly sweet. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel.
Otterly Sweet followed your channel.
Oh no. I didn't mean to do that. I was looking for an opportunity to last stand save. There was no such opportunity given. Oh, he's coming straight back to Hook. Oh, no, he's not. Oh. Alright. A lot of things are happening. Wait. Wait. He's gonna run past this window? Oh, no! I was going for last stand save, guys. I thought... Oh my god, where am I going? Well, I'm stuck. You're on a pallet? Okay. Team is coming in. Nah, I had such a good chance at getting this last stand save at this window here for this Hook. I'm sick. Did I find a cute Nancy? I did. My sanity is much more important. Okay, gamer. They could have added that Red Forest building reskin on this map. The Red Forest building? Yeah, something that you can go upstairs to. And use balanced landing. Oh no. It escalated. I love that Loft is still on the Will Make It. It's such a good perk. Thank you, gamer. Oh my god, and Mina with the last gen. He doesn't know. He knows now. Okay. Wiglift, man. I need that perk back in my life like stats. Is he not checking? Oh. Oh, he's totally checking. Is there no way out? No. Loft's on the gate. Okay, I saw... Wait. The god pallet's gone here. Okay, I'm gonna have to make my way over to the other gate. The problem is... I'm so lost on this map, yo. I am so lost. Oh my god, that's glass. Okay, wait. Maybe it's here. Maybe it's like this way? Yes, it's this way. No. GG! Thank you, Loft, for getting the gates. Thank you for the lurk sketch. Thank you. GG's. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We'll be right back. We say GG. GG, well played. We brought... this has got to be lots of points. 413,000 blood points. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. I got 10k in objective. I got 10k for survival. 8k for altruism. And 7.5 for boldness. That's what I like to see. Okay, let me show you this clip before we go into the next game. So we had an insane P100 Huntress, and we get to endgame. We got to endgame. So the Ada was in chase at 2-story. So I was on the door, and Nancy knows this Huntress is gonna try and snipe this, so she was gonna take the hit. So the first one was a miss. There she is, there she is. So Nancy takes the first hit. I open the gate. I take the second with the dead art. He goes down. Heal tech. 2 men out. GG, well played. Solo queue gaming. This, gamers, the fact that these things can happen when you meet a person in-game that's random, that's not on comms with you, that's what I live for. I love that. No one should be on the Blood Moon queue at all. I mean, it was a little bit of a fun time, right? When we played. Yeah, you did get the last gen, Mina, and that was huge. That's the whole reason why we got out, right? That's why we got a chance to get out. He kept getting stuck at pallets. Yeah, the little rooms and the pallets on this map, I'm still struggling. A lot of little corners to get stuck in, I agree. I struggle with the new map still. Kel, I'm gonna hop off for now and try to get stuff done. Good luck with matches and hope stream goes well. Thank you, Kel. I appreciate you. And thanks for stopping by. I was I don't know if you're already going, Cal, but like I was thinking about this wild card, right? Because I just didn't understand the whole banning and picking thing. And I didn't want to like pass you by, but also Georgie is playing killer, right? So I think he's handling it right now. We can check, but yeah. Let's work, keep in touch if there's anything you need to do, like you as a captain or me as trying to like. How is my last stand already a quarter away? I just loaded into the game. I mean, I'm grateful, I suppose, but that's weird, right? Yes. Yes! Sloppy? Okay. I don't know about Wildcard. I've never played it and probably won't be playing it in the near future. What do you mean, Cal? There's so many rounds. Would you not want to play with the team? Either survivor or killer. I mean, you're fine. Of course I don't want to stop you. I'm just saying, like, you're part of the team. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, I'm a full lobby, Aiden. I've said this to you. It's going to be very difficult to get you in for games today. It's more likely looking to be next week because I can only do one stream this week because of work, and I'm away this weekend for my mom's birthday. So it's more likely going to be next week. Oh, you came to game? Lock in? I'm locking in. I'm locking in. Where am I doing the gens? X. Okay. Exclamation mark egg in chat for Mina. Thank you, Aiden. Thank you. Where? Oh. I think he saw me and chose to go and kick the gen instead. I wonder if it's the power of the Twitch shirt or if he's got pop. Either is possible. Hey yo, Mr. Fox! Welcome in, good to see you. Happy Monday. Colorphobia? There's no healing, is there? There's just no healing. GG, no healing? You hate this killer? I know. But you hate a lot of killers, honestly. Listen, you have to play with us. Otherwise, you're not getting your P100s, David. Yeah, you mind game that.
Too bad you won't make it much further.
Mr. Fox, thank you for the 3 daily doggo treats. That sounds good? Okay. You guys are still yapping about practice. I left when it was Courtney. I got her onto this build this morning. The colorphobia on Wesker. I thought that was old news. We got a lot of gens done in that. I love to see it. Man, we'll make it with Sloppy. It's still slow. Oh, it's colorphobia. There we go. That's normal speed. Oh, and the spray for me. Thank you. I should have brought autodidact. That's a good perk, Mr. Fox. We experienced it last week. You're joking? It's such a good perk, though. We'll make it working for Loft, though, with his MFT this week. Have you played any games, Mr. Fox? I don't know about this gate. Okay, he's chasing Loft. He kept running away from me, so you gave him a free hit. Okay. I didn't. I don't know. Oh. I just need to not go basement, basically. Oh, my dead hearts!
7 minutes is all I could spare to play with you.
Same hook, guys. Same hook, Mina. Oh. I don't even know if it was same hook. I don't even know. Sorry, I thought you were healing underneath the hook and that you might sabo. It's okay. Y'all a bunch of gen rushers. I know, we are. We brought all the sweaty perks though. We're like, I'm on all the gen perks. Thank you, gamer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. GG's. I know. I know. Yeah, I had fun too. Thank you, Mr. Fox. Man down indeed. Gym rushing in 2026. Utterly sweet. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. And I appreciate you hanging out after the raid from tennis. You played a few matches in solo queue the other day. We had one insane match where the killer tried to slug a survivor close to the gate, which was also close to a hook. You for the people, the person which he wasn't ready for, and we did a 4-man escape when it looked like we were gonna get a 2-man. I love that. Those are the games we like to see in the teamwork we want. I will be rushing against the Wesker. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Oh! I need to check something real quick, gamers. Hold on. Hi, Clove. How are you? Cute lobby background? It's standard, no? Have you been gaming in the Blood Moon this weekend, Clove? We're trying to get them points. Did you watch any of the final Women's World Cup? It always makes me laugh when West DC and Rage quit because survivors loop them. Survivor faces killers so often they can't be surprised that people know how to counter it right. Working a lot. Getting a little in? Okay. You didn't see anything? You have to? There was some really good games. What's this? Okay, I need to do a call. I have to go make a call. That's so crazy. Yeah, I have a really busy week, work week as well. Can't believe we have to work when we want to be gaming. Oh, nurse? Oh my god, these gens are very close to each other. That's a map you haven't seen in a while? Really? I feel like we get this map quite a bit. Which is fine. I don't mind. For the bludgeons, it was miserable because all the pumps spawned on one side. And you'd have to take all the whole full blood cans. All the way across the other side. 3 blinks. Oh. Maybe bad RNG. I think maps in general can be boosted though. So we'll get maps, certain maps more than other maps in certain periods of time. Oh my god, they lost you. They're checking this gen next. They might have nowhere to hide. I'm a pre-leave. Yeah, they did check that gen next. I'm a pre-leave a little further. And then I'm gonna go back. Oh! She didn't see me. Probably kicking 3% gen. No, we had a lot of gen progress here. But I don't know why she would prioritize that after hitting you. Threatening tremors. Well, this is very unfortunate. Oh. She doesn't care. Okay, fine. You ran Ash map? Maybe she heard the gen. Yeah, no, 100% she did, but I don't understand why you would leave mid-chase with an injured survivor that you finally got to kick it in. She lost Mina again. Love's just chilling on the gen. Double back. We love to see it. She's done. Beautiful chase, Mina. Hello. Nah, she is juicing. Stealth mid-chase and lost me? Yeah. They're struggling to follow the cues and such. Unlucky. Do I just wait here for the gen? If she leaves, oh. Are we going for an adrenaline play? Am I gonna have to go safe? Oh, Jill. Oh, Jill knows. Hold on. Where's this hook? Basement? Oh, mid-map, okay. Me and Jill sneaking to the door here. I don't know if she saw Loft. Nice charms, you like them? I think this one's really cute. This ghost duck one. How are you so good at these moonwalks? Oh, a little bit of moonwalks. Mina's dying, by the way. Mina over here fighting for her life. And we're just like practicing our moonwalks. Oh, points? Do you make this? I don't know what happened, but yes, let's go. Second game, 427 BP. You're eating. Exactly, Sketch. Oh, calculated. Nah, for real. GG's. Good game. Excellent loops. Excellent loops. I got no points, by the way. I did gens, though. 207. You guys just do your moonwalks. Everything is fine. Mina's stressed out of her mind from this looping this nurse, and we're just like moonwalking in the gate. Gamers, I'm gonna need a quick break. Sorry. Do you want to play one? I have to dip for 1 second. I'll be right back. Where's my BRB screen? I'm back, gamers. I'm back. I'm sorry. I had a call. Oh, to make 2 calls for work. This is kind of like the week that I'm having. For my big project that's going live on Thursday. Very stressed about it, especially when I hear stuff coming through about things that I was like, I've never heard of this before. But the good thing about it is it's this week. The project is on Thursday. It's happening Thursday, Friday, Saturday, like Tuesday till Saturday. And then next week I'm doing wrap up, handover, and then it's done. Like it's there's a time to it. So it will be all right. I'm hoping my gamers will hop back in when their game is done. Keeping a little eye out. So far, games today are so much better than they've been the weekend. The weekend was so sweaty. Like, there was so much slugging going on, and it really, really makes me remember that I miss my Wiglet. And I'm really hoping that got fixed. I mean, it's likely that they might do a patch tomorrow, right? And that Wiglet will get solved in the process for that. So that's what I'm really hoping. So that we can put it back on. Yeah, the hotfix. I'm hoping they will make that happen. Meanwhile, I'm really enjoying our games today. So I'm really happy that we're getting this a chance to play together. Mina had the day off today. So we had booked this, I don't know, at least a month ago. We said, hey, this Monday, when it's Blood Moon, we are gonna be gaming. That's what we did. And I'm glad that Loft and Jill are here as well to game. Your USP 72 done? 10 levels in 2 days? Yeah, I got like 8 prestiges on Friday. It is good progress. It is good progress. I'm almost at 5 mil. Let's see what I did this week. So, since Friday, I got Dwight from P20 to P30. Megan. Oh, she needs a little bit more points. Let's max this out till 65. So I put 5 mil in yesterday. Late yesterday. No BPS, big Sag. I've put some points in here and there to unlock Quan's perk on the survivors that I'm playing. Talita's 41. She was 36, so that's also 5 prestigious. Yeah, that's excellent progress. You want a P100 Trapper because nobody plays him? Not as much as back in the day, right? We do still see. I see more Trapper than like Twins or something, you know? Don't you think? These days. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy Monday.
SLA Her Basher TTV followed your channel.
Yeah, I still have a lot of cobbler on. You're out? Wonderful. Can I rejoin? Thank you so much. Oh, we're joining here? Also fine. Jill is here. Excellent. How was your game? Who did you face? I want to know the details. Only 4 men out. Were you looping Mina? Be honest. Mina's a little Oni juicer. No, no, no. Maybe a little, yes, yes? You do gens? You do gens. It's good points, Mina. Gens is good points. I was just having a nice time on my gens. The others kept them busy. Oh, a bear Oni? No Mori though. And no boobs? Better. You should be safe. You should just be safe. Oh, it was on Larry's? Viewer first chase? This is a Henry, by the way. No, it's not good, Loft. I know. Yes. Yes. Oh my god, I'm sorry. He's checking lookers. Why? Oh my god. Can you not save me? Yeah, I mean, we can go next, guys, if you want. Honestly. I felt slower, like with Freddy. You get 0 distance. Wow. Sorry, points. Fuck my life. I mean, it's a Henry, Mina. There's literally nothing you can do. Okay, that's fine. I just go down. I was out of that circle both times. Oh my god. I just don't have anything to say about playing this killer. Nothing. I have nothing to say about this. Nice, Jill. Beautiful. Bro, what the fuck was that fence? Nah, the nerfs on this is not enough. It's so miserable. It's so miserable to play against this killer. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. Like, what? What do you mean? The guessing game with that stupid underground bubble. And as you're losing distance from trying to like be as unpredictable as possible, he fucking catches up with you speed-wise. There's just so many things that are wrong with that. Where am I Jenning? Oh, fuck me.
I will not be denied.
I'm gonna go die one. I can't even hit my dead art. If I can't fucking see where this shitty fucking ass bubble, it's gonna hit me. You have a cute Billy and everyone has cake? He's two hooking everyone? Nice, that's gonna be good points only. That's gonna be good points. Good effort, gamers. You're gonna let him kill you? It's more points if you get out only, honestly. Thanks for trying, guys. Miserable gaming. Absolutely miserable. Trying was the fun in this game, yes. Leave if y'all can, please. You don't mind your max everything? That is good points. That is good points. He played very fair? Nice, that's good. That's a good game then. Mina's giving us some nice guitar plays from beyond the other world. For morale. I like it. I forgot how fun not playing Dead Art as exhaustion was. What do you mean? Like you have another exhaustion? Not, I don't know, I forgot how fun not playing Dead Art. With Dead Art, you're careless without... I play a bit safer. Oh, because, you know, you can always correct. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you always play Dead Art, you do. It's nice to switch things up like that sometime. You just run in. But you can loop without it regardless, right? Okay, we gen rush. Let's go. You never get it in scrims? We rarely have builds with Dead Art though, don't you think? Myers. Oh. On Kaneki and on Billy? Yeah, but on Billy it's gonna be with the no-midder, no? I mean, I suppose you wouldn't mind taking that role. You would be juicing at it. Are we camping this? I'm gonna go in anyway, who cares? It's about body blocking, taking down his limiter, and you know that's my specialty, but for some reason people always want that build. Nah, it's just Georgie. It makes sense to put it with Georgie, right? But it doesn't mean... Do you want to heal? I don't know where... Are you in chase? Yes. Oh, the little corner of his ass got that. Shack pallet's gone. He whiffed. Shit, sorry. I know you died pellets. Yeah, I did. Sorry, Jill. Oh, you threw it? Okay. I didn't have last stand because, no terror radius. Oh, you lost a 50? Okay, shit. I was like, fuck, I ran away. Maybe there was an opportunity for a save there. I would have felt bad. Are we 3-genning on tower side if I finish this? Yes. Okay. $11. $7. Maybe it's not bad. Maybe it's not bad. Oh, Mina and Jill have a gen that's almost done. Hold on. I'm way behind. Oh, Loft outran the... Fucking deadlock. Loft outran the exposed. That's amazing. Is he coming here? I was practicing my moonwalks. Yes! Can I farm my last stand? Nah, it's taking too long. I'm doing a gate. Oh, he's out. This gate's not ready. Oh no, Jill! Points, thank you, Mina. That tombstone in power is when you're healthy is fucking miserable. It's fucking miserable. We dictated that game. Look at this build. The Baffle, Rapid. Almost out, ready to get the unhook. It was almost out, yeah. I'm gonna have to run an ad break, guys. We're gonna do it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We'll be right back. Hi Yoshi, welcome in. How are you? Have you played any Blood Moon DBD? My goat, dead as hell. Dead as hell. I'm great, thank you, Yoshi. 1 or 2 games. I mean, that's still decent. Get a feel of it. Joe, I have the idea that they really want you guys to join the VC. I can join the VC. Like, I'm not gonna say a whole bunch, but hello. Yeah, I mean, let's. Jill, if you want, we're in VC, so you don't have to, like, deal with the lag and or not hearing me. How far are you on David? 90? Nice. Excellent. You need to get on it. Obsessed with Palia. Palia's so good though, Yoshi. I love Palia. Yeah, I'm only gonna have time for one stream this week. Because of work, I have to go to the office Tuesday till Friday. And the weekend I'm out for my mom's birthday, which is a lot to look forward to, which is wonderful. This VC invitation exclusive to the lobby. Oh my god, Lucky. Actually, Leon? I can play Leon. I suppose I can play Leon. That's a Deathslinger. Drummer Witch! Welcome in, how are you? Good morning. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 38 treats. Lucky, how are you today? Welcome in. No. Oh my god, he's on me. Why are we... No. Why are we making me play Leon? Oh, I hate this. This is not where I thought I was going. Oh! Oh. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I did that extra little spin. I don't know where he is. Okay, I died. GG's. M1, by the way. M1, by the way. M1, by the way. Okay, gamer. Yeah, it's hating on Leon because it's a trend. I see. Oh, you overslept? I hope you're not late for anything. Happy Monday, Drummer Witch. You finally played some Blood Moon yesterday. It was a mixed bag with killers. Yeah, it's very mixed, I find. Like killer-wise. M1 Deathslinger, M1 twice? I don't know. M1. M1 back to Hook. I don't know if he was tunneling, actually. Okay, I can just heal here. So I'm a little mad. Oh god, this guy is mad. He just had eyes for the Twitch shirts. How's your day going, then, nerds? I think you should. Everyone bring reassurance, so tunneling isn't an option for the killer. No, everyone bring Gen Rush perks, so tunneling gives us 3 men outs. Keep an eye out here. No, he's still on me. Hear me out. 3 Gen Rush perks and reassurance? Okay, Lucky, I see where you're going with this. I think you're onto something. Fuck, I can't dead art this. There's no way that hits. No chance. Fuck, I have no idea where it's coming from. I have no idea where he is. Oh man. Dead art. Fuck, I was still in mending and everything. Fuck my life, bro. You added second wind to help with healing time. That's such a good perk, Drummer Witch. Such a good choice. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. Bro, I had no idea where he was. It was so annoying. If I had pulled off the mend, that dead art would have hit and I would have gone again. Nah, that was so fucking dumb. It was actually funny. That's a 3-out W? That's true, Lucky, that's true. It might be a 4K still, because these gamers are coming back in, best believe. Why are we dying? Fuck. Oh my god, I'm running to a box. Holy MFT. I'm at the gate, Mina. I'm at the gate. We're resetting. Behind main. Yep. Mina, can you go now? Where are we going? I think he's gonna go around. You're gonna have to dodge this shot, Mina. I'm not gonna lie. Well, we tried. I don't know.
Wait, no!
Oh my god, so close. Good effort. A valiant attempt. It was an epic try. We got very close. We got very close. Excellent effort. It's trinkets. It's trinkets, Mr. Fox. So it's the in-game currency that we get during the blood moon. And you can buy oh, this is not the right tab. Wait, where is the blood moon? Oh, I guess it's not in my lobby. You buy you can buy stuff with it from the specific from the blood moon. So I know Megan's got a shirt from the blood moon. I don't know where it is. Ah, it's this. It's not this. It's this. Look, it's like, it's the, oh, I can't spin my character anymore. Fucking, it's the, it's, they have t-shirts for this. They have weapons for the killers. And you can get it with the trinkets that you can collect from doing the quests. Viscera shirt. Viscera shirt? From doing the quests, of the Blood Moon. Well, it's not like I'll ever change my mag fashion. I'm still rocking the varsity jacket, sport skirt, blonde with sunglasses. Yeah, I mean, that looks good on you. Well, it's like, it's free. If you play the Blood Moon, you'll get your challenges. You'll automatically accumulate trinkets. It's no money spent. It's literally from just getting in the game. And you can get some stuff with it. I don't use it. I just collect the trinkets. I only buy the Survivor shirts. It's 3 shirts. I collect the rest because every trinket that you have by the end of the Blood Moon transfers to blood points after the event. So when the event's over, I will get around 150,000 BP for the trinkets I have left. And I don't care about the weapons. I don't care about the banners or the logos, nothing. I just want my BP for the grind, you know? Why are we thinking it's a Billy? Oh, for him, miserable. Just collect them, Mr. Fox. Get your blood points. It is ruined. Oh. That's ruin gone. Oh, then I don't know why I... No, ruin's still up. Yeah, mine was also gone. So we had a... Me and Mina had a Hex logo from the get-go. But I don't know what it could be then. Yeah, but it's still ruined. Yeah. Oh, I have a Legion. Empower. Leaving me. Going to the hook. I'm oblivious. Is my mic not on? Hi, Stunty. Happy Monday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the 25 treats. How are you? I don't know. I didn't drop a pellet. It's such a pleasure to play normal mode with this map because you don't have to look for the fucking pumps to find the blood gens. You can just hop on a gen when you see it. It's so much more value. Happy Monday. Good. What about you? Wonderful. Glad to hear. Yes, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm on normal, Stunty. We're averaging 200,000 blood points per game because of the BP that you're missing from doing blood gens, the 10k that you can get in objective. We've been on normal queues, and it's been a blessing. I mean, surely the games this weekend were miserable, and the games were very good today. But just to be able to get the gens and to get them points. There was a game. We had such a good game earlier. I got 415,000 blood points. You know, we're 4 stacking, obviously. That's so good. Did we, Stunty, did everybody fill out the, your schedule for scrims this week? Are we doing anything? Do you know? Did everybody fill that out? I don't know if we have a date. Because if it's tonight, then I know what time I have to stream until. Hello. Oh. There's a Jill, there's a Gen Jill next to the room where you were looping. To your right. Hello. Look at this fruit. The details on this fruit look so cool. Bananas, mangoes, mandarins. The detail on it. Oh, the detail on the fruit. I'm very much enjoying what they did here. It's beautiful. Look at this. It looks so real. It's making me want to eat mango. Hello. Christy has to answer still? Is there a date that we have 4? Because I can get an external killer to play with us. I'll find another. I'll see if I can find another gen. Do you need to reboot? Oh, well, I don't think I make this. Oh. Yeah, we're fucked that the ruin's still up. Yeah, I agree. It's hard to see the spicy totems on this map because of all the bright colors and all the the things that are going on. I have Oblivious. No TR check. Medkit check. I'm hoping no barbecue because I don't have time for a locker. Oh, well. Yeah, TR. Not with me. Trickster really loves me, he gives me heads right here. So he hates me. Yeah. Bro, how the hell did you see that? Nah, I know. He sees everything. Guys, Locke called it out in my ear. He said it's there in the middle of the street. And I was like, what? I had no idea. I'm waiting till my 5 mil and then we'll spend my points. It's 20 past 3 and I'm on the verge of falling asleep. Glenny, it was going so well. 2 days ago, you went to bed after we hopped off from games at like 7:30, 8 p.m. You woke up at 7 a.m. and then you slept again. How are we off the schedule again? You were doing so well. Tell me. Oh yes, I'm ripping them off. Thank you. Sorry, Lucky, I forgot about Leon. Corrupt. Trickster. I'm in a bush. He doesn't know, right? Yes, let's get it out of the way. You woke up the other night in the middle of the night? Shit. Anything you can do to get yourself out of it? Take a walk with Jonah? Maybe extend another hour or two? Drinking a Coke? Okay, that's helpful. Insomnia the worst? Yes. I'm there. I'm there, I'm there. I think that's the only gen we still have on this side, Jill, together with... Oh, where you're looping locked. Yeah. They switched to me. Oh. Thing, I forgot. Yeah, he's chasing me, shack side. Oh my god, that was in between us. Hook now. Hi Anna, welcome in. Happy Monday, lurking the thunder work. Oh, thank you, I appreciate you. You're fine. Mina? Oh, sorry, that's you. Loved. Window? Oh, he wants, he saw me. And I got shot again. You know what's weird to me? When there's a pallet situation like that, when it's ping, I get hit through the pallet because of ping, but he doesn't get stunned by the pallet. Like, what is that? That's nowhere to hide, yeah, 100%. Back on my Gen at 4. No. Oh. Plunk. I'm 1. Chasing me 1. Plunk. Fuck! I hit my dead or late because lag. Oh. Where are we going? Mina's with us. W Gaming, teamwork. Four men out. $340,000 points. That's what we like to see. Am I 5 mil? No, no, one more. No, it goes over. Yes, the last game. Before you get to 5 mil. Hi, Sunny. Good morning. How are you? How's the games? Really good. It's Monday, innit? Games are chill. We've got a good crew here. We're making all the saves, all the plays. It's a good time. How is the rest of your Sunday? Phoenix, I see you. Thank you so much for the daily doggo treat. Enjoy your treats. Thank you for the 3 treats. That's a lot of treats in one sentence. Oh, I need to change to Leon. Somebody please remind me that I need to change to Leon. Yeah, thank you, Daddy Nerd. Thank you. I put Glenny's eyes on TikTok. Man is singing. That's very rude, actually. Glenny, you should tell him off. Yes, Daddy Dog. I'm seeing more dog gamers these days on the EU server, Sunny. Your day is going well. I can busy with stuff, so I can't yet much lately, but I've been here since the raid. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And you're good. We're all chill, right? Anything, hanging out, chatting, chilling, lurking. It's all good. We're here for a good time. Whatever that looks like. Also, refresh. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. That helps me a lot. That makes me so happy seeing more dogs. Yes. I got nervous, didn't I? But he's on laptop above me. Spend the rest of my Sunday chilling and going over numbers. Okay, chilling is good. Eerie Idols, yeah, Eerie Queen, I can see that. I'm gonna be shocking my gamers. I'm gonna be shocking my gamers. Oh, here's a gen. Nope. Other side. Oh, fake pellets. I'm hella farming my last stand here. There we go. Last stand is up. I still remember that poor doctor whose 2 wounds I erased in the first 3 minutes of the match. I remember that. That was on Glenville. The Hexus. I know what you meant. I know what you meant. What can I say? A magnet for spicy totems. You really were that day. I've last stand. His ego chasing now. Yeah, change to me. Oh, that pallet is miles away. This is not a real pallet, is it? Nope. That's not a real pallet either. I'm throwing God here. Downstairs. I'm at basement area. I'm gonna drop one of these as well. He's late on the shocks. Oh, I'm locked in here. Hello. Loved coming in with the hit, gamers. Look at that. He wants you. He's upset about the whole thing. Sees me, sees me. I'm gonna try and stay away from that basement corner and go this way. Oh, it's a bolter too? Oh! I apparently don't vault windows. I just run past them. That's fine. I'm underneath the garbage chute. This is not an ideal hope to save from. Good chase, thank you. I have to say though, he seems not an expert on the doctor. The shocks were late. I could make all the pellets. Great Chase, you want to be like me? No, Sunny, I want to be like you. What do you mean? What do you mean? We're underneath you, Jill. No, it's not ping, Sunny. He was just late with his shocks. He doesn't know the timing. Once a single van is open. Can't do anything. Chasing me out the gate. Yes, chasing me out the gate. Ooh, no dead art with tier 3. Unlucky. I'm out. Ah, it was both area add-ons. Bro, the one time I'm trying to prove a point and it kept me at 5 mil. I've been over the entire week. I've been over 5 mil the entire week on points. I mean, 100,000, but yeah, it is crazy. Yes. Yeah, and then... Oh yes, thank you. I need to spend points first. Where am I spending this? I think it's Dwight's turn. There we go. Oh. Okay, lucky. I'm 17 years late, but here it is. Leon. Now what am I running? Green Apple Last Stand? No, thank you. Oh, I have no perks. Like, okay, it's gonna be like Windows, I don't know. Botany, whatever. I don't have any of the new perks unlocked. Hi, Alfie. Welcome back in. How was your stream late last night? I was lurking for a little bit. Seems like you're having good games. It's not I mean, it's not open lobbies, but also we're full for the rest of the stream, pretty much. But I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you had good games yesterday. Yeah, I was watching we were watching your games, Alfie. I mean, we were playing on the side, but you kept getting tunnel. Yeah, it's Tunnel City, and the weekend was rough games. The weekend was rough games, I have to say. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're streaming soon? Yeah, I know we met yesterday, Alfie, and we had good games, but I think going into another person's stream and announcing that you're streaming, which you did yesterday as well, by the way, is very rude. Unless you're being asked about if you're streaming, because it seems like you're self-promoting off of my community.
Must be humbling to suck on so many different
It
levels.
really does, Yoshi. I'm just letting you know, maybe you didn't know. And that's okay. I'm here to, like, educate as well. You didn't mean so? I figured. I'm just letting you know. I thought you could go more than 5-2 during an event. Thought it was like 8 mil. No, no, no. No. It's always 5 mil, but I've definitely gone over with points. This week even. Because I've been doing the last game. Oh, fuck me. The whole week, and I've been going over 5 mil every time. It's been no issue. So I don't know. Yes, exactly what Yoshi says. And you know, we're new to getting to know each other. I don't mean to make it any worse or anything. I'm just saying, like, if it's people that we're as a group, we know that you're a streamer, like Yoshi here, we know she streams. And we know it's not like a self-promo trying to farm followers or viewers off of another people's community. When she mentions that she's streaming, it's a different story because we know Yoshi and we know that she streams, you know. But anyway, I hope your games will go well. And I'll be sure to stop by and say hi. You're lurking while farming in Palia? What was your dailies today, Yoshi? Did you get your dailies done? Do you have your bundles finished already? I still need a lot of eggs. Bundles all done? Hey, yo, GG's. Good grinding. Yeah, I'm not finished. I need 4 more star quality, like the butterflies, whatever it's called. I need more eggs. I've got the fish done. I was fishing last week for a long time. hey yo, Moonbox. If you need some nurses to craft and add me, okay, cool, that's good to know. I had like 10, 12 you never used because I was new to the game. Oh, really? Alright. I will have a look. I think I might do my dailies today after stream. Oh no, fuck. I just suggested we do Scrim after stream. Wow. W. W distance. I mean, we're getting gens done in all this. You double book yourself all the time. You told my friend Blue I would play with her last Thursday. I think it was Friday. It was so wrong. Oh, so wrong. Ain't no way. That is unlucky. I was playing Valorant with the lads and I cried for like 30 minutes. Oh no, these things happen. Can I get my heal points? While we're dying. It's awkward when it was friends, of course. Nobody will know I'm here. Yeah, but if he goes hits you in power, you can see where I am, no? Yeah, I'll do this gen. Blue didn't care though, thank God. Oh, that's nice. And that's good, like, when you're friends, right? Like, these things happen. You can double book. Hi V, good morning, welcome in. Use your conviction. Hi V, thank you for the dance. Enjoy Lady Doggo treat. Thank you for the 27 treats. Thank you for the dance, Sunny. Listen, I need my practice. Y'all see me. Miserable. You can probably see me from somewhere. That's why there's no TR here. I'm sick. Well, we're just gonna have to go in our way and pray. Still no TR. This is a good chance. TR now. I'm out. In style. We're gonna run a quick ad break, gamers, before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. Most of the lurking starting working a bit. Alright, V. Thanks for letting us know. And have a good work day. Do I hear a hunter's lullaby already? Yeah. No eyes. I think top, school room or whatever. Like with the drop down with the toilets. Still upstairs, still upstairs. Jump down in the middle by a gate. I did. I got called out, guys, for showing the hand. Okay, res. She's not on my side. Nice, that was blood cleaver. Oh! Oh, upstairs. She could have got me if it was agitation. W... W dodges. It's a wooden fox, I think. W dodges with the scratch marks. Yeah. See if we can do that again. I went down the hole, Huntress. Look down there. Do it. No, you're supposed to look down there, lady. Oh. Yes, I meant to add that here. Fucking hell. Going back to hook, going back to hook, back to hook, back to hook, back to hook. I don't know why we have a double message on that, but the quote? I don't think. You too? You don't think? Smooth like butter. You don't know what difference you think at all. Just... I don't think. Okay, do you want to do the gen me now? You're on the left and I'll go. Oh, I was muted. Unlucky. Yes, it used to be quote 13. And then we removed one and now it's quote 12. You haven't seen Shark in a good bit? Good. We had one, I think we had one Tiffany over the weekend. Are people playing him less? Yeah, a lot less than the period when you were gaming. Hi, Creo. Welcome in, Creo. How are you? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 8 treats. I've been missing your streams, gamer. You're alright? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. I'm doing great. Thank you. We're getting lots of blood points here. Match has been so good. So good. The weekend was miserable. It was sweaty. There was like crazy crack killers out and about. But today's been chill. Today's been chill. Not been in a good headspace to feel the stream. Okay, I understand. Yeah, you wanna be mindful of that. Look after yourself first. That is a priority. I'm sorry to hear though. You know, keep at it. Slowly get in there. Good. It's a good thing it's not Kick Gen Z people, is it, Mina? How happy are we that it's not nowhere to hide? There was 2 people here. Yeah. 2 gens in Courtyard, by the way. I definitely want to be back streaming. Your birthday in May? That's a really good objective to have, you know, Creo. Just go for it. And if by that time it's not a good time, leave it. Set a new date for yourself, you know? Streaming will be here, Creo. Excellent, excellent. Glad your match has been going well though. Yes, thank you, I appreciate it. Nah, it's been a really good time gaming today. I'm gonna keep going also. I'm feeling good. I was doing grocery shopping today for the food for the week for me and my husband, and they had these freshly made pizzas on sale. Like it's here we have this thing that's like too good to go that you can. Oh, this is not a good tile for a huntress. This. Oh. Oh, she just fucking. Eating right now! Hello! Did you like my dead art, Jill? Thank you, Glenny. I was spamming that because if I hadn't had that perk, the 5 steps, I wouldn't have had it. I would be still in the animation from the palette. That was huge. Thank you, Glenny. That's going on the TikTok? I should post it on the TikTok. That is good teamwork, gamers. Well done. Ugh. Yeah. It's moments like this, Yoshi, that I'm having today. I'm making these last dances. I'm doing these dead arts. It's been a good time. I'm really missing my Wiglif. Which I'm hoping they'll get back together. They'll get it back live by hopefully a hotfix tomorrow. But other than that, it's been a really good time. You just won a game at 5 gens. You won a game at 5 gens. Wow, that team is gonna be miserable. I mean, it happens to us as well, right? Sometimes games do be like that. Oh yes, I was saying that I had these freshly made pizzas. They were on sale. It's like a discount if they're about to go to like be spoiled, and the shop isn't officially allowed to sell it anymore for like health reasons. But it's still good to eat for another day or two. So I got those. So my husband's gonna be making those, and I can just chill and game because I'm having a really good time, and I want more points because from tomorrow on it's gonna be so much time with my work project, my big event that I'm arranging this week. Pumpkin katsu curry? Oh, I would eat that, Creo. Where can you get that? Did you make it yourself, or was it like a takeaway? I need to look into that, because that sounds delicious. I would eat that. You played 3 matches earlier and it was awful. I mean, if you're not in a good headspace, DBD is just an awful place, really. It was Kokoro. Oh, nice. I mean, still. Even better, right? Because it's good. You've never heard of pumpkin curry? It's very common as now that vegetarians and vegan food is on the rise the last, I don't know, I want to say 3 years. Nice, though. Nice. That'll be, you'll be able to enjoy that, Korea. That's going to be good. It's an obsession. The texture is nice, isn't it, of pumpkin? Wesker? He said 3. He's checking deep 3. Making his way to a mid-map. Yeah, we did. I'm going 3. I bet you eat fish curry. I would, Glenny. I would eat. I could do bean curry though. But yeah, I would 100% eat fish curry. You know what I'm making this week, Glenny? Because I have to go into the office 4 days in 4 days straight, right? I want to make sure that I have food because some of it is going to be such early rises for me for preparing for the event that the shops won't be open yet to get like a sandwich, but I'm gonna have to eat because it's long days and I won't have time to pop into the shop from the office because it's gonna be crazy busy. So I need to make sure that I'm bringing food with me, right? So what I bought these like really nice buns today, and I was thinking to go make like this big bowl of tuna, like my own recipe of tuna salad with apples and walnuts. It comes with a hard-boiled egg. I'll just make a big tub of that and I can eat it for at least 2-3 days so that I know I have good nutritious food. Pain Rest 3. So yes, I will be eating fish this week. Sounds like something you'd eat. It's so good, Glenny. I love tuna. You don't like fish? Yeah, Glenny doesn't either. In case you hadn't noticed. The way he's saying, I bet you eat fish curry, Micah. Because there's something wrong with you for liking fish. You're allergic, Otterly? Oh. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Oh. Can I send him? I mean, I did. Technically, I sent him through the window. Okay, technically, I sent him through the window. It was from the wrong side, but he did go through the window. It counts. Lost me a check. He's still looping. I'm not a check. I'm full only. I'm full. I'm sorry. I am stacking. I wish I could try sushi. Oh, that's such a pain. I'm sorry, Otterly. That's frustrating. I mean, we all have stuff like that, right? People with intolerance for lactose, you know, you can have chocolate. It's unfortunate. Gluten allergy is miserable for food choices. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine you're like, oh my god, I would eat sushi. It's so popular too, like a lot of people... Sushi has gotten so popular in Europe. The last, what, 15 years? Also lactose intolerant and allergic to tree nuts. Yeah, you gotta be very careful what you eat. I have a friend with a lot of allergies as well, and I find that it's very common if a person um, develops an allergy for one type of thing, they're often allergic to other things as well. And it progresses, right? Why is there like a little... Did you guys see a little light underneath my feet when I jump? Look, look, look! There's like a... I mean, maybe it makes sense. It's like a little puff of
Do you actually think
dust.
you can
I never
do
seen
me?
that before. At least you know your meals won't be stolen by any of us if they include fish. Yes, exactly. That's true. We won't be stealing your meals. There's other types of sushi. Yeah, chicken, duck. That's true. Egg. But yeah, I can imagine if you can't have fish and you see like a little slice with salmon, you're gonna be like, I wish I could eat that. You can still have sushi, just not seafood. Yeah, okay. I mean, she means... or they. Sorry, I don't know she. I suppose they mean... Oh, you didn't know, Utterly? Yeah. We have a lot of different... Like, just the rice with different toppings. Like I said, there's egg options, and as Skycreo was saying here, and Mr. Fox, plenty of vegan and sushi options that aren't fish. Vegan sushi, chicken and duck. Spray. Have fun, gamers. Thank you, Only. You got the worst allergies and they all popped up after you turned 21. So for 2 more years, I've been missing out. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's really rough. That's very annoying and frustrating. What's even what like gets to me when you say that is the way you describe it as you feel you're missing out. That is so unfortunate because there's lots of great food that you can eat that won't involve your food and the foods that you're allergic to. If you feel like you're missing out, that goes like deep. Enjoy the foods you can eat, gamer. There's wonderful food out there. Yeah, I'm really sorry you had to experience that. Allergies are weird. Sometimes you can become immune again after years. Not counting celiac because that's more than just an allergy. I don't know what that I know in Dutch what that is. A dust cloud. Yeah, I never noticed before either. It almost seemed like I had a little, like a little light, like an aureole, except under my feet. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. I like some teriyaki chicken. I could eat a teriyaki chicken. I could eat it right now. She, by the way, don't worry. Alright, I wasn't sure. And I didn't want to assume. Crunchy chicken sushi. That's good. And there's avocado sushi and cucumber, right? Suppose it's a little more boring, but... The basement. We're going in. What do you mean, leave you? Yeah, he popped. Okay, GG's. Split up! Split up! Beautiful. Oh. Just run, just run, just run, just run. Straight, 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 straight. Oh, Mr. Wesker. I was afraid. I dodged that bluff because I was afraid that he was gonna jam you into me. I didn't realize that he wanted to go all the way from there to grab Mina. Nah, that was good. Good teamwork. I love to see it. Let's see them points. 364,000. Let's go. That's what we're here for. You developed an allergy to menthol. Guess what's in toothpaste? Ah, celiac disease is the severe function of gluten allergy. Ah, okay, I thought gluten allergy was bad. But I understand. I don't know what the phrase would be or the words would be in Dutch, but I understand. You haven't had it tested, but per various doctors, I likely have a dust allergy, which is brutal. Yes. Yes, that's rough. Because there's so little you can do about it. Oh? Oh, is this about the killer pool again? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad we're having this discussion because this is so much more helpful than either just deciding or me staring at the killer pool thinking, I don't know what to pick. Trickster. Hey, my fruit gen is back. Let me do the fruit gen. I like to look at the fruits. Look at the screen. Look how beautiful this fruit is. Bananas, mangoes, and mandarins. And it's like, it looks so delicious. I know. Crates and crates of mandarins and mangoes. Man, I wish I had a crate of mangoes. Yes. Jill, what are you doing? Three gens. He just knows everything. Oh, let me tap a gen. Quick, 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 quick. I'm tapping this. I'm tapping this. I missed a skill check. Mine has no progress. I'm in main. Okay, yeah, I missed me. Grim? I mean, points. What? Why is it? Oh, you have DMS. You just literally said it. I'll go back main. Oh, are you looping main? Is it main? Your gen and the street is free now. I mean, we have all the gens are like we're on one gen. That's main event. This. Yeah, famous. Dead man scream. Yeah, TR main. Kicking main. It sounds like back to hook. Yeah. I'm on the other side of this wall. Hello. Oh, he's back with up. No, he went around, but he's inside the building again. You have hella distance. Reloading too, I think. I heard knives. He's kicking. I mean, you don't have a whole lot to work with, but it's something. Oh. Well. I got pellets. No, that's not a pellet. Oh my god, you almost had that. Yeah. Now. Oh, he's with me. Not chasing me. Are you at a drop pallet or no? I mean... yeah, I'm leaving. Chasing me? Not chasing me? What do I... What? Whoa! Yeah, okay, it's over now. I don't know how to go anywhere. Is the gen? Okay. Ah, main, okay. Okay, so tell me. We're at the gen. Okay. Kicking the gen. I got the unhook. His spy main is the door. He's there though, or is it you? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're at that gate in the street. Okay. If you can die window, I could less than save it. That's an issue. Pig facing me. Pig. Nope, he knows. Well. Oh, I almost dead hearted that. I think I was one life too late. I'm in basement. It's GG's. You need to go. Yeah, we love that you love to save us, but this is GG. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Because that's the thing that's gonna happen. Yeah. Nice. Your day extends to like 4, 5, 6 a.m. So yes. My day, I would not be getting 8 prestigious. Like killer with what? Yes, that's what I do. Why am I yelling at you? Oh, you can't use this headpiece lock. We've been over this. You purchased the one with the beanie. You should wear that. No hooks, greedy killer. Oni. Mina, you're up. Mid map. Yeah, I'm tower. Oh, turn back the clock. Turn back the clock. Yes. It's remote. That's the difference. Oh, he's gonna clock me. This was maybe a bad decision. It was a bad decision. Yeah. Pig's still out of power. Hi, Winter Nick. Welcome in. Good morning. Happy Monday. I am great. Thank you. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 4 treats. You're doing well? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. Yes, famous. Do you want to go do main, Mina? I'm going back mid. Fuck. I'm pre-leaving mid-gen. I don't know how to solve this. I don't know how to solve this. I can solve for this. I don't know why I do that. I can't fucking... I don't know how to do it. I'm annoyed. Going main? No. Going back to the slug. Pluck the turn. Pluck the turn in the middle. It's going well. We're having a really good stream. A lot of good games. This one's just miserable. I fucking hate Oni. I fucking hate it. Mina can get me there. Both a check with Oni. Yeah, that would be cool. Let me get in on this section. It's a good gen. It's a good gen. I'm going 7. There's another gen in mid, bro. We got so unlucky with our spawns. Yeah, sees me 7. Da-da! Oh. Oh, Let's Stand! Bro, I stunned him in power! Well, Let's Stand's gone, but I'm alive. I got stuck on snow. Bro, snow. Can you imagine? Fix. Alright. I'm gonna check on dinner and then I'll be right back. Alright, so my food is here. I'm gonna do one more on stream, and then if you guys want to keep gaming, we can. I'm just gonna eat also. Yeah, no, thank you. It's been such a good time gaming with you again. Don't worry. Listen, I was there. He asked me for games. I hop in, nobody there. Like, what the fuck is that? It's rude. There's someone mid-map with a mask. Oh. Well, he already knows I'm here. So, yeah. Alright. We're just not stalking, we're just running after me. It could be. Yeah, he's trying to cut me off in the building because I think he can see me. I don't think he's with me. He's with me. Drop back, back of main pallet is gone. Not chasing me. He wants to surprise people. Yeah, front of main. Going towards someone on the gen. Yeah. Now you're just bullying. I'm watching this from Shaq. Oh. Sees me going for a pool? No. He's kind of just standing there menacingly. Yeah, one case. It's beautiful. Hello. Let us know if he leaves you because we're healing in the tile next to you. Camp trap is the only reason that I can think of, Mina. Mina, he's in this tile. Oh. He's... Get in. Get in this healing party. He's here, he's here, he's here. Oh, I was gonna say Jeff MFT, but you don't. Okay. Oh, he's on Jill for some reason. Oh, there's Spitzy is there. It's on the other side of that wall. On Lou? Yeah, I know. Change to me. Is there even a gen here? No, there's no one on this gen. Yeah, that's why Mina's totem took 17 years. Oh my god, I'm camping a pellet against Scratch Myers. It's dumb! Ding dong, dinner's ready! Oh, I don't think he knows about the lunge. Oh, another double pallet? W double pallet. Okay, we play again, right, Myers? You and me? No, he's looking for you. It's healing! Healing, healing, healing! When I said you healing, you didn't understand what I meant? It was very clear comms, honestly. Where's Shaq, Mina? So you can stick your gen if you want. What's in this chest? Yes, he is gonna have no head. Where's basement? We don't die there, maybe. Oh, 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 he's left. Who's gonna get clocked here? It's Jill. Oh, he's down, he's down, he's down. He hates me, that's rude. Alright, let me go right out. I'll be right back. Gamers, thank you so much for hanging out. It was an absolute pleasure playing with you today. We're gonna go raid our friend from Scandinavia. She's playing DBD. Wonderful person, great content creator. Let's go say hi. You're gonna have to miss me for a week. I'm sorry. I am so crammed with work this week. I will be back next week, Monday. No, I'm lying for attention. Yes. But it will be a late stream because I'm coming back from the weekend with my mom. So probably next week. I miss you already. Oh my god, you were the killer. Nice map. Yeah, that's unlucky, Gozy. That's unlucky. And we are coordinated 4-man Swift, so that's really rough. But thank you for sticking with us and trying to play that game. I hope the Blood Moon is treating you well. Get your points. And good luck. Good luck in your next games. I appreciate you stopping by. Gamers, thanks everyone for the redeems. Thanks for chatting, chilling, lurking, gaming. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for the stream streaks. Thank you for the follows. Dennis, thank you so much for the raid. Everyone that stuck around from that. It was wonderful to have you. Have an amazing rest of your week. Take care. And I see you next week, Monday. Bye.
Man,